everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the third stream of the 30-hour write-a-thon that Anna and I are hosting with all of our lovely co-hosts this weekend. I am Celeste Joan. I am a young adult contemporary writer hoping to self-publish my book early next year, so we'll see how that goes. And then I just vlog my writing experience here on YouTube and host writing sprints. And if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shannon. I write under a pen name SC Houston, and you can also find my YouTube channel under that name. I am a YA fantasy author with my debut novel coming out 1 November.
Awesome. That's so exciting.
Yes.
And then Courtney is here. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. If everyone wants to let us know what you guys are working on for this stream, for this weekend, for the month, whatever your guys' goals are. I finished up at the end of my last stream. I finished writing and editing my YA contemporary book, Project Restart, which isn't the official name, but yes, I was able to finish editing through that. I have found the coffee shop name. I was talking to my sister, and she dropped a coffee shop name, and I was like, I really like this, so I think I'm going to use it. It's called The Gathering Place.
Okay.
So it's just kind of warm. It's like the welcomingness that I want it to be, and it's not super like a cafe name. It's just kind of everyone can gather here no matter what. So I'm really excited for that. And then Laura Nettles is in the chat. Hello, hello, welcome. I held my own stream on Twitch for 3 hours in between these. I'm trying to position my camera so it doesn't look like I'm constantly looking off screen, but it's not working that well. Technical difficulties. Awesome, yeah. Cool. I've wanted to start streaming on Twitch. I just need to figure out exactly how to do it. I know I can use StreamYard, but I don't want to use my StreamYard hours for that and pay more. So, yeah. And then Anne says, happy streaming. I'll head to bed, but wish you guys a great stream. Yes, go get some sleep before your next 6 hours. Awesome. And yes, The Gathering Place. It's just, it fits. I think it's gonna work. And then Daya is still working on the same project. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna be editing tomorrow's vlog because I haven't done that yet. And then I might draft or I might outline a little bit, just kind of doing some random stuff. So yeah.
I am editing a audio/video that I'll put up on my YouTube channel. It's the second chapter in my book because I have the first chapter up there.
Nice. So. Yeah, I did. When I was in high school, I did I read a few of my chapters and tried to make drawings for them to visualize it a little bit. I don't know if they're still up anywhere because I went through and privated a bunch of my old videos because it's not what my channel's about anymore. It used to be me singing and doing music and just random stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna private those. We don't need to see that anymore. So they're still there if I want to look back on them, but not for the public. All right. So if everyone, are we good to jump into a sprint? I don't have any dice like we were doing in the last sprint, but I do have a random number generator.
Okay, let's do that.
Awesome. I need to figure out where I can position all my screens. I feel like I need a third monitor, but
you can also do dice roller. And you can choose between 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 20 sided dice.
Nice. That would be cool. Try something a bit different. And per normal, I am never set up and ready to stream. I'm still trying to get all my tabs open and ready, so here we go. So we can go. Let's do let's somewhere. So we'll roll a 20 and a 6.
Okay.
And hopefully we won't get really tiny numbers like we did last time. Perfect. 18 works. So then I have to go find a timer. I was gonna see if they had a cute Christmas timer, so we could do Halloween but also do Christmas. But I think I'm just gonna stick to the Halloween one for now. I might find one during the sprint. And then I'd share my screen again. There we go. So we got 18. And for this race, for those of you who don't know, we do races and basically you just vote for whichever character you want to win. So we have the Devil, Elphaba the Witch, the green little alien, and the Mummy. So I think I'm gonna go for the green little alien, just because he is super cute.
I'm gonna do witch.
Awesome. And then if you guys just want to type in the chat who you guys are voting for to win, or if you don't want to type in the chat, that's fine. I am normally a very quiet person in the chat. I normally don't say much, so I completely understand that as well. But yeah, we can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Yay.
All right, so that is sprint number 1 finished, and the mummy won that one. And Laura got it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yay.
I decided I was trying to start editing my video, and then my computer was just lagging all over the place, so I'll do that later.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not the best computer, but it gets the job done. It just can't do like 5 things at once. So I'm gonna go back to writing my new adult romance, possibly. Or I might just outline some stuff and get other work done. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So what's your new adult romance about?
So it is someone just graduated from college and she's exploring this new city by herself, and this is a great question. I've never actually had to explain my books before. So right before graduation, her boyfriend broke up with her. And the reader doesn't know why until like midway through the book. And she's trying to get back on her feet and just feel happy again in this new life. And she meets someone new, but then the old boyfriend might come back halfway through the book. So she has to just kind of figure out what will make her happiest and figure out that stuff.
Awesome. Do you have a working title?
No. Right now it's just being saved as either like love story or my secret project, but it's not so secret because I keep talking about it, so yeah. Yeah. And then Laura did win that one with the mummy.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. Dahlia got 32 words, got distracted. That's okay. I only wrote like 88 words. I also went to like fill up all 3 of my water bottles so that I can drink water the entire night. And then Courtney got some outlining done. Awesome, awesome. That's so cool.
Yay.
I love how we're all like doing different things. Editing, drafting, writing. It's just so much fun. Yeah. So I know you put up some questions. Do you want to go ahead and read off one of those?
Sure. So what has inspired you, or anybody, to write what you're writing right now?
Ooh, that's a good question. I like that one. For me, I read a lot of like Judy Blume books growing up. So that type of stuff is kind of shaped what I write right now. So it's Judy Blume, but for high school students, or as another way I like to put it is John Green, but without the romance. So that basically just that. Yeah. What about you?
Well, I was going to say to what you just said, if you ever go market your book, you can say it's Judy Blume meets John Green.
Yeah.
So there you go. So, well, when I decided to be a full-time writer, because I had spent a few other career lifetimes doing different things, I knew that I wanted to try and sell my work. So I thought, okay, well, writing to market is kind of important. So what's going on? Well, I have a good friend who's been publishing for years. She's been pushing me like 7 years, saying, publish your stuff, publish your stuff, publish your stuff. And I just been doing everything else. So I asked her, okay, so what's going on? Because she writes fantasy like I do as well. And she said, well, the Fae is pretty popular. Well, I started researching the Fae world and reading books in it, and it was all contemporary, and I really like older settings. So I think I'm more of an adult fantasy writer, but my girlfriend says, no, you write YA. And then my first editor, she was like, yeah, you'd be missing out on a whole market if you didn't market to YA because you fit right in there. I'm like, but I write third person, and YA is usually first person. And a lot of YA is contemporary, where mine is set in the past. Well, anyways, when I started researching Fae, I looked at their origins, which came from the Celtic society. And then I kind of was drawn to the Irish Celtic, which is kind of different because the Celtic people there were separated from the rest of the Celtics in Europe. So they ended up having some of their own deities, even though there's some overlapping. And so I just thought that was interesting. And so I'm doing actually, my first novel is a partial retelling of the fairy tale Snow White and Rose Red mashed up with Irish mythologies. So that's where my
really
inspiration
cool.
came from. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Daya said, my previous project inspired me. This is an experiment I'm doing from a concept from it.
Cool. Okay.
And then Courtney said, I'm currently writing high fantasy, and I'm very inspired by Brandon Sanderson, C.S. Lewis, and Tolkien.
Me too.
I
Me
just love
too.
fantasy and transporting myself and eventually readers to new worlds. Yeah.
Yep.
I love the
Love all of them
whole
too.
Yeah, I love the whole world building aspect, and I really
Yeah.
I bring that into my contemporary books a lot, because everyone I think just thinks, oh, it's contemporary, it's real life. I'm like, yes, but I have this huge world that I have created with all of these characters, and they all interact with each other. So like, there's this coffee shop that pops up throughout each of the different books occasionally, and like there's just like little bits sprinkled throughout where it just feels so real. And like I have to tell myself like, wait, I've made these people up. They're not actually out there living somewhere. It feels that real to me, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
just yeah, they're so close to my heart.
I feel the same way. I actually start thinking of mine as real people. I'm like, okay, would she really do that? No, that's she would tell
Yeah.
me, nope, that's I wouldn't be doing that. You've got the wrong person.
Yeah. It's just it's crazy how we can like, and these are just like thoughts that we've put onto paper.
Hmm.
It's insane like
Yeah.
how actually real they can feel and become, and just yeah, it's awesome. Cool. Well, I like these questions. So if we can go ahead and start another sprint and
Okay.
then do another question after that.
Sure.
Cool. I'm gonna try a different way to share my screen. I don't know if it's gonna work, but it should. So because I'm switching between tabs quite often, so I'm gonna do this and then get away from the calendar. Um, cool. So I'm gonna roll. I think it's a 10 and a 20. So the highest it'll possibly be is 30, which is my maximum.
Yeah.
Um, 22. Perfect.
Yay.
Cool. Look at that. 2222. Awesome. And then I don't think there's a full screen button. There it is. That's what I was looking for. So we have Pete the Pumpkin, the Mummy, um, the Skeleton, and Hannibal Lecter. So go ahead and vote for who you guys want to win. I think I'm gonna go for the Pumpkin, just because he's super
Oh,
cute.
me too. Me too.
Yes. And I don't know why I named him Pete. I started doing streams and I was trying to think of like alliteration for each of the things, and it just Pete the Pumpkin.
There you
So
go.
yeah,
I like alliteration too.
I love it. I use it. I use alliteration and repetition a little too much, but it works. um, Laura is going for Hannibal. Courtney is going for number one, the pumpkin. So we got 3 for the pumpkin and Laura for Hannibal. So fingers crossed, one of us will get it.
Yeah.
We can go ahead and get started in
All right.
3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Yay.
All right, so that is the end of sprint number 2. Sprint number 1. True, number 2. Already lost track. And for that one, Hannibal Lecter won. So congratulations to Laura, who did pop out, but she did win that race. And then we also had Lizzie join us while we were sprinting, which is awesome. And she also voted for Pumpkin, so a lot of people were going for Pumpkin that round. I just, started writing part of this book, and I'm like, I got 400 words done, so pretty good. I tend to overwrite things, so I'm gonna try and underwrite this book intentionally, so I don't spend too much time on the first draft. So I'm gonna try to keep like each chapter to 1,000 words instead of just writing everything. I'm gonna try and like just stick to it being tiny, so I don't spend too much time on draft 1, because that's my problem. Lizzie has not touched her book all day. Time to change that. Or since before lunch, yeah. Awesome. And then she said, my computer has been having performance issues. Hopefully I can finish edits to complete draft 1 before I fix them. Yeah. My computer wanted to update last night, and I told it no, because I did not want to have to worry about that this morning. So.
Yeah.
She said something about a creepy cat, which I definitely didn't see.
I saw stuff flash on the screen too, but I kept seeing like a rose or something like that, a white rose.
Yeah. So when I switch between my tabs sometimes, just so everyone knows you're not going crazy, my background, if I can go ahead and share my screen, is a white rose with music notes on it. Yeah.
Music.
So when I switch between my tabs, sometimes that shows up. So that's what that was. I don't know about the cat though. Yeah. Yeah, my computer I was switching and it glitched, so I'm probably gonna try to figure. I wish I could like share 2 screens and go between them instead of, because it's a bit confusing, but yeah. It's fine. We'll figure it out. And then Laura headed out, and then Courtney got 457 on her outline.
Yay!
That's awesome.
Yes.
Yay. Cool. Do you have another question that we could talk about?
What did you learn when writing your latest project?
Ooh. Oh no. I think just overall with this last project, I didn't necessarily learn it this last time I was writing it because it was like draft number 4. But with this latest project, it focuses a lot on it's okay to not be okay. So my main character has to deal with that and be like, okay, it's okay to let people care about me. It's okay to let my guard down and all that stuff, which is definitely something that I struggle with a lot as well. So being able to watch her slowly overcome that and everything is kind of therapeutic, which is most of the reason I write is like personal therapy. So yeah. What about you?
I learned that Irish mythology actually has far-reaching influence. So one of my favorite authors was Robert Jordan. He wrote the Wheel of Time series, and the magical women in the story are called Aes Sedai. I don't know if I'm saying it right. It looks weird on the page, but those words actually come from the Irish mythologies, which stands for the people of the fairy mound. So I was like, okay. And I've seen it in other places too, but I never wrote it down. I was like, there's another one. I would never known if I hadn't delved into the Irish mythologies, how much people have used it in their work.
Yeah. More like, so my answer was very like philosophical. More objectively, I learned a lot about cancer because that's what my main character had to deal with. So a lot about that type of stuff. And when I like research something, I research it like as much as I can. So like it's just, I know way too much that it's nice to know, but like it's also something I haven't dealt with. So I know a lot for someone who hasn't dealt with this certain thing. So yeah.
So I would say, something you know how like when you Google something or whatever, it starts to recognize like what you're looking for, then it like kind of gives you stuff.
Yeah.
So I had to research grief because my character, my last book was going through grief. And I was like, okay, so, and I kept getting these little ads like, go to this grief clinic. Here's what you can do for your grief today. And I'm like, I don't need help. I was just researching it.
It's like, I promise I'm a writer.
Yes.
Yeah. It's all those like memes where it's like researching about murder and how to hide a body. And it's like, I promise it's just for my book that I'm writing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had to research some pretty interesting things, and I think I did get an ad for something one time, and I had to explain it to my mom, and I'm like, no. So yeah, that was definitely interesting. Lizzie made a Canva cover for her work in progress because I never updated my website that I was writing a new book. Not that anyone goes on my website. It's kind of nice just to have. Like, no one goes on my website either.
Yeah.
But I need to, yeah. I also played around with some Canva covers last week, and that was just kind of fun. So now I have at least an idea of what I want.
What's your website, Lizzie?
Yeah, Lizzie, if you want to drop your website, we can go check it out. Precious came in and said, let's do this. Yes, let's do this. We have lots of hours ahead of us, and we're going to get all of the stuff done. Courtney said, in my previous project, I learned not to write in a genre that you don't read.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the exact reason I don't write fantasy or sci-fi, because I don't read it. I know it's like this huge thing, especially with like teens and young adults right now. They're all into like big ones like A Court of something and something or another.
Yeah. That's contemporary fae.
Yeah. And so I'm just like, I'm sure they're good books, just not what I enjoy. Like, I haven't read enough of it to form an opinion on it, so like, I'm sure if I read it, I would enjoy it, but yeah, it's just not currently up my alley. I learned this in my work in progress that ski resorts aren't hotels with ski stuff. They are so much more. I love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, yeah, I personally love skiing. I haven't been to like a proper resort. I just go to like tiny little ski places. But yeah, I want to get out and go skiing more this year. So that's always fun. Don't write in a genre you don't read unless you're prepared to make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel like that's something you may have done.
Yeah. Speaking from experience.
Yeah. The last thing I researched was ADHD for the rewrite of my pen pal romance. Nice, nice. And then my website is libbyfranklin.wixsite.com/site. I'll see if I can post a link, because I think I can post links in the chat. Haha, yes. It's so cute. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love the colors that you have set up. That's awesome. All right. There we go. And Courtney said the last thing I researched was how to make enough herbal poison to kill an entire village.
Oh my God.
There we go again.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, it's just gotta research some interesting, weird stuff sometimes.
Oh, I love the color scheme, Lizzie.
I know, it's so pretty.
Did you say you just created? Okay. The book on the homepage is the novella. The ski book has not been added yet. Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
I was just wondering.
Nice. And then Lizzie, when I know you're planning things pretty far out in advance, which is always good. When do you plan to publish your first book, if we can ask? Because I keep forgetting. I think it's like 2023 or 2024, if I'm thinking about that right. And then Precious said, speaking of writing what you read, I write because I can't find exactly what I want to read, plus I watch out of this country shows and movies for different entertainment. Yeah. I also can't find what I want to read, so I just write it. Because like there's a lot of like young adult contemporary like just real life stuff for like middle grade and like kids books. And I'm like, but I want that for college or like high school and college students who are just going through stuff, but no romance because it's not something I've experienced. So, yeah. And then Lizzie said 2024. So in a little over 2 years, I think. 2022, 20, yeah, a little over 2 years. So exciting. Cool. All right. Well, we can go ahead and jump into another sprint.
Alrighty.
Get some more work done. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen so it doesn't glitch out this time. Here we go. All right. So we will be sprinting for no, not 5 minutes. We'll be sprinting for 5 minutes plus 7 to 12. Okay.
We did 11 last time, so.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll do a quick short one. And then we might have to play around with the dice. Let's do 12, 21. And then I need to update which screen I'm sharing. And then go over here. And then share this one. Cool. And then super screen. So for this one we have the werewolf, Hannibal Lecter again, the devil, and the knight. So I think I'm gonna go for the knight on this one.
That's exactly who I was thinking too.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, normally I go, like, when the werewolf shows up, I normally go for him, so I'm like, I'm gonna do somebody different.
Well, I hadn't seen the knight before, so I thought, oh.
Yeah. And then Lizzie said the pen pal romance will be her debut, which is awesome. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And then says Wix isn't loading. I'll update the site tomorrow before I start my new book, I guess. Yeah. And then Courtney is also going for the knight as well. So we got 3 for the knight. Lizzie, do you want to go for the knight? Just go all in, or who else do you want to vote for?
Lizzie will win if she picks something different.
Yeah, it's definitely how things work. Awesome. I'm going to update the banner real quick so I don't forget to. And then while she's getting her vote in, we can go ahead and start sprinting because I know there's a lag between everything. Precious says knight. So we got another one for the knight. This is great. But yeah, we can go ahead and start sprinting in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Yay.
And Lizzie said knight as well. So close. Second place.
Sure, you should have gone for werewolf.
Everyone, yeah, really. Like, everyone voted for the knight that round. Wow. All right. Well, I kept getting I was singing out some musical theater during that sprint because I kept getting distracted. But I did manage to write about like 200 words ish. So, yeah, trying to just condense this chapter as much as I can, but still get like across the point of what I want to have happen. So yeah. Awesome. And then Lizzie was able to update the website after all with the ski romance. Yay! That's so exciting.
Yeah.
Precious said, "I regret nothing." Yes, I don't regret voting for the knight. He looks very sad. He looks very, very sad, though.
Yes, he does.
Crying into his shield. Awesome. Yes, yeah. Cool.
So I'm trying to figure out the title on the ski romance. Is that, what is that? WRITE-A-THON?
I'm gonna go look it up. It might be like an acronym for now, and then like the full title will come out later, possibly.
Or maybe it's a placeholder. Maybe Lizzie can let us know.
Yeah. Lizzie said that really she's realizing there's no way I can put in all of these edits tonight. Absolutely fine. Do it over a couple days.
Yeah.
I didn't think me editing Project Restart was going to take a month. I thought it was going to take like, 2 weeks, just because I was reading through it and just copying and pasting everything and just making minor changes, but it took a while. Yeah. Just be patient with yourself, it's fine. And then Courtney was able to write 598. That was a speedy sprint.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, in 12 minutes? That is a lot.
That's an awesome word count for 12 minutes.
The title is not revealed. Sorry.
Ooh. Did we get a sneak peek at the title?
No, it's not revealed.
It's really cute.
It's
only people who are here with the stream and somehow watch the replay.
So the question for this time is, what was your latest title and what does it mean? So that was perfect.
Ooh, awesome. Yeah. I also haven't released my titles, but so I'm gonna release it soon enough anyway. The current working title for Project Restart is All the Way Strong. And I really hope that makes sense to people, and it will if they read the book. But basically, when I was running cross country in high school, one of the things our coaches would yell at us at like the finish line is like all the way strong, like push it in all the way to the end. And that kind of is like one of those reminders, just like keep going even if things aren't going well, just keep going. And that's kind of what my main character does throughout the book, is she just pushes it through all the way strong until the end. Not at all the points, because she's realizing it's okay to not always do that, but yeah. Sneak peek at the title.
Yeah. I won't leave you in the cold. I think that was, I was thinking like W-Lytics, or because I think of K-Lytics, which is a report that comes out on Amazon, on Amazon. So, but I like that. So, my debut novel, I know you haven't got to Courtney's chat there, but she said all my projects are untitled thus far because I'm awful at titles. Well, I was awful at titling mine too. So I called my first novel, and I like alliteration, so I was kind of stuck on that, even though it was an awful title. So I called it Lily and the Leprechaun because my main character's name is Lily. And, my husband, he was like, that's so boring. And so I think I thought, okay, well, Lily in the original Leprechaun, because it is one of the origin stories of leprechauns, comes from the Irish mythologies. They actually have two origin stories, so I chose one to use in my story. And that was still boring. And when I when I finally finished the book and I gave it to my friend who's published for the last few years, she's like, "This is great, except you need to change your title." So I'm like, "Oh no!" And so I came up with Blood of the Lily because in it, Lily, there's three sisters, so three is a big number in Irish mythology. So there's triplet sisters. Well, before the story starts, one sister's drowned. So it starts off with just two sisters left in the triplet, and Lily's the main character, and her sister Rose. And Rose is kidnapped by the leprechaun. So then Lily's trying to save her sister, redeem herself, because she feels responsible for her other sister's death. And so Blood of the Lily. So the blood is the sisters, is her sisters, her family. So, and I actually dreamed that title.
That's cool. Speaking of name-changing titles, like when I first wrote this book in like ninth grade, so like 8 years ago, I originally titled it The Start of Everything New, and like it works, but it's like I feel like this one has a bit more meaning behind it. So it was originally that, and then I think it was which was that, and then I changed it to All the Way Strong, and then I changed it to Running Through the Storm. But there's already a book out there called Running Through the Storm, so then I changed it back to what it currently is. So, yeah.
Is the book that's called Running to the Storm, Into the Storm, is that the same genre as your book?
I don't remember.
I looked up Blood of the Lily when I first chose it, and there's something that's very similar. It's not exact. I think it's off by a word or two, but it was like a horror or something like that, a horror book. So I thought, oh, okay, it's a different genre, so I'm just gonna go with it.
Also, the first thing that comes up when you type Running Through the Storm is a song as well. I feel like if people just search the title, that's always going to be the first thing that comes up.
Yeah.
Let's see. It looks like it. Yeah. When I go on Amazon to see it, the rank it's in is in just literature and fiction, so it seems like it's about the same. Genre. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You definitely don't want that confusion.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Courtney, said all of her projects are untitled this far. I'm awful at titles. It's fine. I also have a lot of untitled projects. Like I'm just calling it Project Restart because it's like I started it again, like completely from scratch because I lost the flash drive that the first draft was on, so I had to completely start over. And then the main character also has to start over as well, so it's just kind of a fitting semi-title. And then Lizzie said, the girl is the boy's rock, and when she needs a rock all of a sudden, he won't leave her in the cold. It's so cute.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for your books. I like reading. I didn't think I would like reading romance, but then I started reading some romance books, and I'm like, this is really cute. They're just kind of nice and fun to read. And then thank you. I'm very nervous that like it just won't make sense if people look at it, they're like, what does this title mean? But I feel like it works. I hope. And then Lizzie always titles her books before writing them. This was so random. Yeah. It's thundering. Okay, that's what that may be. I don't know. There was just a loud noise outside. Cool. My pen pal romance has a similar title to one of the after books. I'm still keeping it. Yeah, definitely. Cool. Awesome. Might have been people just moving stuff around. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, cool. Awesome. Well, if we want to, we can go ahead and hop into another sprint.
I'm ready when you are.
Cool. And hopefully it might be a bit longer this time. Alright. So, we can be going for 29 minutes. I asked
That's
for
longer.
longer, we got longer.
Yep.
That works with me. Alright. And then we'll go ahead and hop on over to the timer. And set it for 29:29. So we got Carl the Clown, the green little alien dude, Death, and the Knight.
I think I'm gonna stick with the Knight.
Okay. Sticking with the Knight. I'm gonna go. See, whenever like either the Clown, the Alien, or Death come up, I normally vote for one of them.
Huh.
So I think I'm gonna go with Death on this one. Okay, yeah, I already read that one. I thought that was a new comment. And of course, I forgot to change the banner, but now it's just changed back for this time, so it works perfectly. Awesome. So go ahead, everyone, and get your votes in for who you would like to win. And while you guys are doing that, we can go ahead and get started. In 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. I didn't have my mic pulled down.
Oh.
I always forget about that. But Death won that one. I think I was the only one who voted for Death. Courtney almost voted for Death, but decided to do the alien instead. It's fun. We got a lot more sprints, a lot more chances. And then while we were sprinting, Pages and Paladins joined us. Said hello.
Yay.
Hello, hello. It is also currently M right now. So good to know. And then Lizzie said, new scene. I would have frozen trying to force myself to have fun and doing something that I wouldn't do by myself. But with her, I didn't have to freeze because she always made me warm inside and out. So cute.
Yeah.
And then she said, by the way, the duology title was hidden in there. So I'm going to
Inside
take a
Out?
wild guess. I'm going to say like warm inside and out, possibly.
Yeah.
That's going to be my wild guess. Dang it. The dang death always wins in the end.
Yeah.
How did everyone do that sprint? I was able to get, I don't know, maybe like another 400, 500-ish words in. I started a new scene for a chapter, so that's always exciting.
Yeah.
My characters are just having a lot of fun and enjoying life, which is always fun.
I'm almost done with my editing on my video.
Yay! Awesome.
It's kind of hard to quantify that.
Yeah, it is. And then Lizzie said, adding new scenes and now extending part, I don't think I could get my minor edits in because most don't fit anywhere. Yep. Just gotta do what works. Courtney got 795 and then got distracted by trying to come up with a name for one of my characters.
Still a great number for being distracted.
That's an amazing number. But also, names are terrible. I hate coming up with names for things. And then Precious got some research done. Awesome.
Yeah.
So talking about names, how do you go about naming characters and places and everything in your books?
So I can't really give away too much for anyone who may ever want to read mine, but the three sisters' names are all after a flower, and they're not common names found in Ireland during this time period because I'm right in the 3rd century AD. But there's a very specific reason that ties them to their heritage, which I don't want to give away on that. So, but that was really easy. I actually kind of break it down in one of my YouTube videos when I talk about developing characters, because I did base it off of the fairy tale Snow White and Rose Red. And in the fairy tale, their mother has a red rose bush and a white rose bush, one for each. And I thought, okay, red, rose, white. I'm like, well, I like rose. And then I decided to go with the flowers for their heritage. I was like, okay, well, what else means white? At first I did research, like, okay, in Irish, what does white mean? And that was kind of hard because there were so many different names depending on if it was an adjective or adverb, or there wasn't really a noun. So I couldn't use it for a name. And then I thought, okay, well, I'll just go with Lily. And then the third sister just kind of fell in. I chose Marigold. But at first I did think about like Buttercup, which reminded me of the Princess Bride.
Yeah.
So, and then as far as for my particular story, it's actually kind of easy coming up with names. It's trying to find the Irish translation that's the hard part, because the Irish name like everything. So here is a crevice that looks like a V. Well, now it's going to be called the V crevice. Or here's a pass that one of the legendary heroes went through. So now it's Oisin's Pass. So like everything, even trees and big rocks have names. So it was kind of easy. And everything's named for either a location, the way it looks, or somebody has been there who people know. So, so like the homestead that my family lives in, I call it, it's basically Flower Homestead, but in Irish. It's Roll Blahona, but it's Irish for basically flowers.
Yeah, cool. That just reminded me, when I was talking to my dad earlier today, we have a our family has this cabin in California, and the name of the cabin is Gesund Heights, which is essentially Gesundheit, which is in German good health.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was just like, I know what that means now. Um, but yeah, naming characters, did not mean to click on that, is always such a struggle for me because I feel like nothing really fits, or I know a person with that name and then I can't think of anyone else besides that person. So for the most part, I just like literally scroll for hours through websites. I'm like, okay, does this person feel like this name? No, keep scrolling. Um, for the current story I'm drafting, since I know a lot of the names are probably going to change, I'm just using like a random letter generator and like coming up with a random letter and then picking a random name with that letter that starts with that letter. And I'm like, okay, well, some of it works. Like the one of the current side characters' name is Gavin, and it fits so well with him. And I'm like, well, at least I found one of the many names that I'll need. Um, but yeah, naming characters, naming places and things, it's always so it's just difficult for me. But
You know, when I was younger, I used to like watch the credits after movies and then write down every name that inspired me.
Yeah. So, I'll be at work sometimes and I like see a name or come across something. I'm like, that's a good last name because I don't want to keep using like common last names. I want to kind of just get something unique and do something that way. I did have an issue where like two different families in my stories both had the same last name. And I was like, okay, I can't have that happen.
Yeah.
And because they're not related at all. So, but yeah, so I had to change that recently. But yeah. Lizzie said the title for duology is not directly in there. I worded it different. But I think I need the title word. I think I need the title worded better. Yeah. Titles are also just something that it either comes to you or it takes quite a while.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Courtney said it's the male names that are hard for me. For me, it's mostly the parent names because I don't want them to have like young sounding names, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to think of like names that like give off parenty vibes, but it's always kind of interesting to figure out how to do that.
So I was trying to find out on my hard drive here. I used to always teach my my junior level English class. So it was an advanced English class at Western Kentucky University. And we look at, and I plan to do a series on my YouTube channel on this. I talked about the psychology of words because words and the way they look on the page, they influence readers in certain ways. And for the life of me, I cannot recall every letter that has a certain influence, but letters that, especially like CK or K, they're harsh sounding. So most people associate that with something that's harsh or negative. So like Nick, I mean, so it's, it's not necessarily going to be the exact thing someone's going to pick out, but it can influence a reader, especially if you do get some of those negative vibes with it through your, your connotations and the different word choices you use. You can influence that even more without giving anything away. So
that's interesting. I'm just thinking of it because my main character's older sister and the older sister's husband, their names were originally, I don't know if they were like originally, but they were originally like Kelsey and Chris. And then I changed Chris to Nick. And I'm like, but they're also very loving people. So I'm like, I'm trying. So, but yeah, I don't know. Well, because I literally asked my sister for a name. I said, I just need a name for an older sister. She's like, Kelsey. I'm like, okay. So that's how I came up with that name. And then just kind of, I ask a lot of people for name ideas because I'm like, I can't figure it out on my own. And Lizzie said I also have to stay up naming characters tonight for my new book. Cool. Yeah. Are you starting that tomorrow? Possibly.
Do you ever choose a name based off of the meaning?
I have. I don't remember which names they have been, but yeah. I know at least I try to give my middle names at least some significance, if the first names don't. So In this Project Restart, my main character is Olivia Grace Bennett because her dad's a pastor, so Grace is a very fitting middle name.
Yeah.
So like, and then yeah, that yeah. So I try. Like one of the like I was trying to figure out like a Bravish type name for the one of the main side characters. And it took me forever to figure like settle on a name for him because I didn't have it the entire time I was writing the first draft with him in it. I just called him Boy the entire time. um, so and then I eventually landed on the name Finn, and it just kind of it just works, and I don't quite know why, but it does. Yeah. And then Courtney said, the magic religious system in my story is inspired by Judeo-Christian mythology. So most of my characters have Hebrew name conventions. That makes it a bit easier to eliminate names.
Yeah. That's how it is with me trying to name my Irish characters. I just use Irish names that were popular during that time period.
Yeah. My train of thought just fluttered away. It's like the second or third time that's happened today.
It's getting late.
It is. Yeah. Normally is like now the time I would like start writing or start getting stuff done. So, been very productive today, which is pretty awesome. Cool. All right, we can go ahead and jump into another sprint.
Sounds good.
All right, pull up the dice. Let's do it that way. Okay. And we will be going for 18 minutes.
That's good.
Awesome. Stop that. Share the other screen. $18.18. All right, for this one we have Frankenstein, the Mummy, Pete the Pumpkin, and Carl the Clown. So I'm gonna go against my gut this time, and I'm gonna go for the Frankenstein.
Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking again. But I also like blues.
Yeah, blue is also my favorite color, so I'm just like, we're just on the same wavelength tonight.
Yes.
All right, everyone go ahead and get your votes in. Courtney is going for the clown. That was my second choice. My first choice was the pumpkin, but I always go for the pumpkin, so I'm gonna try something different this time. Lizzie is also going for the clown as well, and Precious is going for Pumpkinhead. Awesome. All right, and then we can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. Alright, so the pumpkin won that one, which means that... What was it this time? Precious has won the race. Congratulations.
Yay.
It's from the extra encouragement saying, go Pumpkinhead, go.
Yeah, you heard ya.
Yeah. Alright, so I was able to write, again, about 400 words during that sprint. My two characters are kind of having like a deep conversation, which is always fun to write. And you're like saying things that you're also thinking. So one of those conversations that I like imagine myself having with someone, being like, it's kind of putting myself in the main character's shoes, if that makes
Gotcha.
sense. Yeah. How's the video editing coming along?
Yeah, almost done.
Almost
I'm
done.
hoping to be done before or by the time we finish our sprints here.
Awesome. Cool. Yes, congratulations, Precious. Awesome.
And it looks like Lizzie had to leave out.
Yeah, she did. She jumped out. She also said she goes by the first one that she sees for the race. Interesting. And then, yeah, she had to go. So awesome. Cool. Alright. Then do you have another question from the list that we could talk about?
I do. So, was there a character inspired by a real person? If so, who?
Almost all of them.
Okay.
Not really. So, besides the ones that I like mostly see myself in, I'm trying to think which project I want to talk about because there's quite a few of them. Trying to think what other projects I have. Whenever I try to think about them, like I can only think about the one I'm currently working on. And I'm like, I've written this one thing. And I'm like, no, I've written a lot of stuff. So I had a project called that I was just calling Project Trust for a while, and for now I've shelved it because it dealt with two very different plot lines happening to the same character. And by the time the second plot line took over, it was like the first one never happened, and I didn't like how that felt. So I'm gonna split those into two books.
Gotcha.
But I was writing this book. It was also like 8 years ago. But my main character's English teacher is 100% based on two of the English teachers that I've had throughout school. Just their caringness towards their students, how they handled the class and everything was just, it very much, I took my two English teachers and just smushed them together and made my main character's English teacher, who is like always there for her students and everything, and like one of those teachers who like doesn't miss classes, and when she does, like people notice because that's very atypical. And yeah, that's one of the big ones. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have any one character that's based on any one person. I think I've like grabbed a trait here and grabbed a trait there, and
yeah.
And I was actually having this discussion with my husband the other night about like my main female characters, even to include the one who's antagonistic, and all of them have a trait of mine.
Yeah.
So it's just a bit exaggerated. So
yeah. Yeah, there's definitely those. I can see a little bit of myself in basically every character.
yeah.
So with let's go with Project A, so a different young adult contemporary project. The main character is like, she thinks things out before she does them, which is very much what I do. But then her best friend is like, no, let's just go do this. And like, I also definitely have that side of me where I'm just kind of like, let's just go have fun. Let's go do something. Like, I just want to get out. So like, two very different things, but also like two different characters, but they are two different parts of me as well. And kind of how they would handle situations is the same way that I would handle situations. But again, they're very different characters, but they handle things how I would if I was in their situation. So like, because I could reason doing this thing or doing this thing, and like they kind of just take those to the extremes. Yeah.
which is what we like to see in our characters.
Yeah. Precious said, my question, difference between coming of age story and identity story. I honestly don't know. I'm gonna say coming of age is more like going age range wise. I would say it's more like growing up. So like maybe like elementary to high school. If I feel like coming of age is more middle grade, and identity might be more figuring out who you are personally, instead of like figuring out or who you are. I honestly don't know. I'm making this all up. Don't take what I say with like as the law. That's my 2 cents.
I actually have never heard the term identity story before.
I haven't either.
So, I mean, I just did a quick Google search. The first thing that comes up is what is identity in a story, but I don't think that's really the same thing.
Yeah.
But it does talk about integrating life experiences into the evolving story of oneself.
Yeah.
So I guess that could happen at any point in a person's life, where coming of age typically tends to happen in the teenage to later teenage years.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been toying around with like I guess it would be considered like an identity story, because it's like a character in like starting out in college, and she like once she starts out, she's like, I know no one here. I have no idea who I am. And she's starting to realize these little things about herself that she doesn't necessarily like. But I'm also like very wary of publishing that one, because it could be taken the wrong way very easily, even though it's like basically what I've experienced in my life. So I'm just gonna stay away from that for a little bit. But yeah. And then Courtney said maybe subconsciously but never intentionally. I find that I'll accidentally write a character that mirrors a favorite character from another book or TV show, in regards to writing a character that you know, like based off of someone. Yeah. 2 of my recent book ideas I've actually taken and like just kind of twisted my life around and be like, okay, well, if this was different, how would my entire life be? So the current project I'm drafting right now is just, if I dated this person in college instead of doing the thing that I actually did, this could have happened. Like, this story could exist. So a lot of the characters in this are like almost actual people, but just different enough.
Yes, those what if questions. They're great story ideas.
Yeah, and like the main character is already so different from me, because she's confident, she knows what she's doing, and I'm just like, nope, just lost out in the world doing what I enjoy. And then Precious said, I think I get it. I got to write a short story about either one, so thanks. You're welcome. Glad I could be of some. Glad we could be of some help, maybe. Yeah. Always that trying to figure out like where your book fits in to different genres is, I think it's either very cut and dry, like this is a young adult science fiction book, and then I'm like, I'm writing about life. Not like that, like what else, like, because I don't want to say it's literature, because like what really is literature then?
Well, if you're writing contemporary literature without science fiction, fantasy, all that stuff in there, they would consider that as literary fiction.
Good to know.
So,
that's basically what I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's always nice. Cool. Alright. Well, we can hop into another sprint.
Yep.
I feel like we just finished one, but
yeah.
I normally just like keep going, because I'm like, I want to get more work done. Screen share, Chrome tab, dice roller. Cool. Alright, so we got 14 minutes. I'm gonna add on 14 plus 3. Cool.
17.
I try to stay at least above 15 minutes for the most part. Okay. 17.
So if we're going to go by, who was it said that they do whichever person comes on screen first?
Lizzie.
Let's see. I didn't see it. I think it was Dracula, but I don't know.
I think I saw the Mummy first.
Okay.
It's either Mummy or Hannibal Lecter. It's one of the two. So I guess I'll go for the Mummy.
I'll go for Dracula.
Awesome. If everyone else wants to get your guys' comments in, let us know who you guys will be voting for. We have Dracula, the Pirate, the Mummy, and Hannibal Lecter. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, cool. And we can go ahead, as everyone is getting their comments in, get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. was a really fast sprint.
Yeah, I felt it was too.
Yeah, I like just went to go get my notebooks and everything, and I came back and I'm like, wait, the timer's done? Awesome. Well, the Mummy won that one, so I think I'm the only one who voted for Mummy.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, we got everyone else voted for Pirate, Pirate, Pirate. Awesome. Let us know how you guys were able to do for that sprint. I finished up drafting chapter 11, and now I'm just gonna start working on like outlining the rest of it, so that outlining it into chapters, so that I know where I'm going from here on out. So I can hopefully get this first draft done pretty quickly, so I don't spend way too much time on it, like I normally do.
I continued editing. I'm about halfway through what I wanted to get done.
Nice. We're about halfway through the stream, so fingers crossed.
Maybe I'm on track to finishing. Yep.
Courtney said, "LOL, I've been so confident going into every single one of these for the races, and has yet to win one."
I haven't won one yet either, so you're right there with me.
Yeah, we got more time. And then Precious added to chapter 1. Awesome.
Yeah. Are you ready for the next question?
Yeah.
Okay. What surprised you the most? So I'm assuming this is like your current project, or maybe for those who are on a new project, your finished project. I can go first if you want.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about my previous project, Blood of the Lily, even though I'm done with my second book now and I'm in the heavy revision editing stage. When I was writing Lily's story, I liked Rose better because Lily was voluntarily mute at the beginning of the story, which I thought, okay, this is going to be challenging because how do you have dialogue when someone doesn't talk back? And I felt like she was kind of boring, and I couldn't wait to get to Rose's story because the second book is Rose. And what I found surprising is after I finished writing Lily's story, I put it away for a couple weeks and I brought it out and I read it and I was like, oh, wow, I actually like her. And now I'm finishing Rose's story. I don't like Rose. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'll like her if I put it away for a little while.
Yeah.
So.
Interesting. There's so many projects. I guess so for Project A, when I first started writing the book, I originally wanted my main character and her best friend to like both be like just they don't care what people think about them. They are who they are. And then so I started writing it that way. And then for draft 1, and then I went back to write draft 2, and then I looked at how my main character was acting in the beginning, and it just seemed completely out of character for her to like be acting the exact same way her best friend did. And so like on the outside she still is kind of like that. She like she expresses herself in a way that she's like, yeah, this like that's what I want to do, but on the inside she's still like internally freaking out, being like, I don't really want to do this. So getting a little bit of peer pressure there and kind of realizing, kind of shocked me that I'm like, oh wait, it just kind of like figuring out who your characters are as you write the story. So for those draft 1s, it like that character might not necessarily be exactly who they are. And the same thing happened with this new draft I'm writing. Originally, this character was very anxious, and now she's like super confident. And I'm like, good to know. Good, I'll put that in draft 2. Yeah. Just character development, I guess, in general. Precious said, I was surprised that I could change the story without changing this concept or genre to something I don't like. Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Changing the story can actually be a pretty big deal to your work.
Yeah. I feel like with the one project I'm gonna split into 2. I feel like it's gonna really help because both of the plot issues that my main character was dealing with deserve to be like talked about in full, and I don't think I should gloss over them at all. But yeah, it's just one of those like things where it's like I originally didn't want to change this because like this was the main idea I had at first, and I want to keep this little plot idea that I had. But now I'm like,
Yeah.
it would just work so much better if they were two different people, both experiencing different things. And they still meet in the story. They still know who each other are in passing because all the books are interconnected. So like they know who of each other, but like they don't necessarily know everything going on in each other's lives. So
Gotcha.
yeah. And Courtney said the entire setting of my story changed, which was a huge surprise. It is a big surprise.
Yeah.
And certain characters became more critical than I anticipated. Yeah. Seeing those character changes like throughout the book, like in Project A, my main character's best friend just kind of becomes a person that I wouldn't want to be friends with, and people that I have been. She acts like people I have been friends with in the past, and I'm just kind of like, wow, I've been through this, like what my main character is going through this toxic relationship, and I'm like, that sucks.
But it makes the story interesting.
It does, yeah. Because at first, like, I want to feel bad for this side character because she's also feels betrayed by her best friend, and feels betrayed by her girlfriend as well, and just going through a lot. And then, but she doesn't. What she does in reaction to that is just not okay. So, yeah. Oh, my phone just went off. Cool. Well, I always feel like we just finished a sprint, but we could always jump into another one. I tried. Let's see if I can give us a little bit more time because my brain's all over the place right now. So, quick question. When did you start writing?
I started taking notes from research and coming up with like possible plot ideas probably about August of 2019.
Nice. So pretty recently?
Yes. Well, it feels like a long time ago because it should have happened much sooner. But
Yeah.
I didn't give myself a deadline. So my husband retired from the military early 2019. We moved, we got a new house, settled in for where we're hopefully staying for quite a while because we moved all over when he was military before. And I just kind of like, oh, I think I'm going to kind of write this, did research, wrote a few things, took a lot of naps. And then I think I was just so tired from teaching for the last like almost decade. And I finally thought, oh, man, I need to give myself a deadline. I think I wrote like close to 30,000 words, and then NaNoWriMo, I wrote the rest of the story. So
awesome.
And that was November of 2020. Then I finished the story. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I was never a fan of like analyzing reading growing up, but I always enjoyed like writing my own stories kind of. So like the first thing I remember writing it was like a spin-off of the Magic Tree House because I had to like take something from history class and apply it to English and write about it. So I did that in like third grade, I think. So long time ago for me. And then
I think I misunderstood your question. Did you ask me when I started writing, like overall writing?
Overall.
Oh, yeah. Nope, sorry. I answered that totally wrong. I was thinking about this project that I was working.
No, you're good.
No, I've been writing forever. I wrote my first book when I was 9. I actually illustrated and bound it, and then I just wrote books. And I hand wrote everything then. But so sorry. I totally went off the wrong track there.
It's late.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty similar then. Because I would handwrite everything and then I would eventually type it up. And then when I started typing things up, that we had a kid's computer in our computer room, so we had our kid's computer and the adult computer. Gotcha. And the kid's computer hard drive started to fail in middle school. So I was like, you got to get the writing off of that. You got to get my books off of that hard drive, and they did, thankfully.
Good.
That book is a mess. It's never going to see the light of day. But it was like essentially like, what if me and all my friends moved to Europe? like in third grade.
Yeah.
That was it. And it was interesting, but it got really weird really quickly. But yeah, like the first time I actually like wrote and finished a book was Camp Nano of like 2013, I think. So that was like right before freshman year of high school. And then I wrote another one for Nano in 2013, which are like two of the four books that I've actually written and
Gotcha.
like finished the first drafts of.
Yeah.
And then I just keep coming up with new ideas, like taking my side characters and giving them their own stories.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how things started becoming interconnected, is because I'm like, I feel like I used to, the first draft of Project Restart was originally like 3 points of view, and each of the characters had their own story going on. And then I realized that is way too much.
Each
And
had
so
their own book.
Yeah. So I'm just splitting it. Each of them are getting their own books eventually. And it's like the third character is the one I'm kind of like wary of actually publishing, because I'm like, this is gonna be perceived not the way I want it to be perceived, but like it's just weird. So yeah, and then I just kind of kept on going. I for a while I would like only write during Nano, and I just couldn't force myself to write any other time. But then finally, like during college, I was able to like get more writing done and start editing stuff and like going back to previous works and just making them better, which has been really awesome.
I've always written, and I when we I think we moved to our second duty station, I had this big huge trunk of all my work since I started writing when I was 9. And my husband, he'd never seen it before. I told him I liked to write, but it wasn't what I was pursuing at the time, because I never thought of it as a career.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What is all this?" I said, "This is all my writing." And he was like, "How did you do all this?" I was like, "Well, I spent my summers in libraries writing, and I like to draw and paint, and I would just research stuff and then make stories from the stuff I researched. But I would draw everything in my sketchbook and write stories in my sketchbook with the drawings."
Yeah.
But I think I was always drawn to fantasy, because my first book that I wrote when I was 9 was it was contemporary. It was set in a high school. But it was about a haunted painting, where the lady in the painting had to like eat a soul every 100 years in order to keep surviving. And it was now it's the 100-year anniversary for taking a soul. And these girls band together to break the curse and free her from the painting. And
That's cool.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, but I've always been just kind of drawn to, and like I think everyone's just drawn to like their own thing and just
Yeah.
No, I always I feel like a big part of my writing is me trying to make sense of the world around me. And so I personally try to stay away from like the news and all of that stuff, because it paranoids me to no end. But like being able to write about these like heavy topics in a fictional world where things end up working out okay, has been kind of therapeutic.
It's kind of funny, 'cause I have my bachelor's degree in psychology, and everyone always say, well, you go into psychology because you're trying to figure yourself out.
Yeah, whereas I go into writing.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. All right, we can go ahead and get started on the next sprint. And we can do the dice and just keep hitting the button, and hopefully, there we go. Okay, never mind. I tried it twice and it gave us 13.
You could just add them together and get
13,
26.
13, 26, that'll work. Cool. All right, share the other screen. So many button pressings to do a simple thing. Okay. All right, so for this one we have the Pumpkin, Hannibal, Diego the Dragon, and Carl the Clown. Who are you going to go for?
Dragon.
Okay. I'm going to go for the Pumpkin this time. Everyone else can get their votes in the chat. Again, like 3 of my favorite characters, the Pumpkin, the Dragon, and the Clown, are all back up again. So it's like, which one do I really like? I like the Pumpkin. And then Courtney said, I'm naturally an escapist, which is why fantasy appeals to me. Nice. Yeah. I would also spend like a lot of like my nights trying to like fall asleep, just like imagining different like scenarios in my head. And they were very weird, interesting scenarios. But it was all like just random stuff that could happen. So I feel like that's just kind of where my imagination just intuitionally went, is to like that. So yeah.
I did the same thing.
And then Courtney is also going for the dragon. Awesome, awesome. Well, we can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. Alrighty, so no idea what sprint number that was, but the clown won that race.
Yeah.
Did anyone? I don't think anyone. Did anyone vote for the clown? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
We're trying. We're trying. I was able to work through like the two outlines technically that I have for this book and kind of try to break them down into chapters with like each of the different scenes. And right now, this book should end up having 24 chapters, which is a lot better than the 42 from the other one.
Oh, wow.
But I also I always add in things after like coming up with an outline. I always end up adding in more scenes and stuff. So we'll see what 24 turns into, but for now it should be about 24.
Awesome. I don't feel like I made as much progress that time, but I did have to go to the bathroom and stuff in between, so.
I just ran out of, I drank the last of my third water bottle, so I'm going to have to get more water on the next sprint.
Yeah.
But yeah. How did everybody else do?
I'm not seeing any.
I'm not either.
I think we're down to us because it says 2 watching.
Yeah, my number doesn't always reflect. Sometimes it says 0, even if I'm watching my own stream sometimes. So, yeah. I'll take it. Yeah. I normally watch that, and it's like going
We're
back
down
and
to
forth
1
between
now.
1 and 2. Yeah, it does.
Oh my goodness.
It goes back and
So,
forth
yeah, I think-
between 1 and 2. It's fine.
I think it's just us.
We're just chilling, getting stuff done.
Yeah. I guess it's getting kind of late for some people.
Yeah, it's almost midnight. And it feels weird because it feels like I just woke up still, like an hour ago, but I've been awake for like 20 hours? I can't do math. What's 12 plus, yeah, 12 plus 4 is 16.
I've been up 20 hours then. Because you woke up at 8 your time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I woke up at 4.
Oh my gosh. And
Oops.
it's a long time.
Yeah. I wake up early. Between like 4 and 5, I'm usually up.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get some sleep tonight.
Probably not. We're going to bed late and then I just wake up early. So, but the next night should be good.
Okay. Awesome. Do you have another question? Is there any more on the list?
There's one more.
Okay.
And is, what do you think happened to the characters after the book ended?
So much. As I've said, all my books are interconnected, so I get to see my characters later on after their books are finished. And yeah, like their stories 100% don't end when I write the end of their book. They're their own living, breathing people. And so just everything happens. I like to give them happier or like at the end of their own books, it's kind of like bittersweet endings, but on the more happy side. And then, like, for Project Restart, my main character, she has her big story happen to her. That's the one I'm telling. But then also when she's 30, she has this other thing happen to her, and she has to work through that. And I'm like, I want to tell this story, but I don't necessarily want to tell it from her perspective, just because, she's already had a book.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe I could eventually tell it from her husband's perspective, or like make it third person. Who knows? But yeah, I tend to think a lot about what happens afterwards. Like for another series that I've started writing, I have written more in what happens after the series than I've actually written of the series.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I know a lot of stuff of what happens to her between the timeline of her series and her niece's book, because there's so many connections. So I know like how she gets her kids and like her love story and how she like who she becomes. But I've written like a lot of that, and I haven't actually written her original story yet, which I need to start working on if I want to
Well,
get
at
that
least you have
out.
a good plan for her character arc.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like things that the reader might not necessarily know at the beginning or like know at all because it's like not something that they talk about in any of the books that come up. But it's just kind of like maybe one day I'll publish it as like on a just on a blog somewhere. And like like maybe like anonymously, what if this happened to this character? Just not
I've
necessarily as the writer, but or maybe
I've
I'll
never used
just
Wattpad, but I've heard a lot of people put their stuff on Wattpad.
yeah, I used it when I was in like middle school, and
Gotcha.
I deleted everything since then. Um, but yeah, so they definitely have their own lives after the book ends.
Yeah. So for mine, I feel like it's not going to end anytime soon. I mean,
Hmm.
even though like the first book was Lily and it was her perspective, in the second
Yep.
book it's Rose, but Lily is still in the book.
Yeah.
So it's not like her story's ended. And then and it's going to be at least 3 books, possibly 4. And they're both going to be in the third and fourth book if I have the fourth book as well. I think my third book is, I'm writing the outline for it now and it's getting really big. So I think I'm going to have to
Yeah.
split it up. But, and then I've even thought about like one of the main antagonistic characters. I've thought about her backstory and have written notes about it going back about 4,000 years.
Hmm.
So, although I've kind of seen her future as well, where she could possibly go, but I don't know yet what that's going to look like.
Yeah, I'm looking at my master calendar timeline I've created for my books. And I think right now, from like the first story chronologically that I have, to the last one I have like at least an idea of and have written something of, it's like it spans 50 years, and that's not including my main characters, like the first character's parents' backstory, because that's another story I've thought about too. So like add on another like 20 years to that. So
Uh,
yeah, it definitely all comes full circle. Um, just thinking of something else. Uh, where did it go? I don't know. There's something else I was gonna bring up, but I completely forgot what it was. Hmm. Yep.
well, I did find that document I was talking about,
Yeah.
that lecture and I actually put it under how even if you're not a poet, you should think about poetry when you're writing,
Hmm.
because poets recognize or choose their words very specifically. So all writing can be lyrical, flowing from sentence to sentence, from paragraph to paragraph. Writing that's pleasing even to the mind's ear captures readers' attentions. And then sound devices are important for poetic effects, creating sounds appropriate to the content of your writing. I actually started thinking about you too when you said you like the alliteration. So that's
Yep.
kind of incorporates that. So it talks about a pleasing combination of sounds creates agreement in tone, and these include assonance and consonance. So assonance is relatively close juxtaposition of the same or similar vowel sounds,
Hmm.
but with different end consonants in a line or passage. Thus, a vowel rhyme, as in the words like date and fade. And consonance is a repetition of the same end consonants, such as boat and night. So, if you want your reader to agree with you, you use pleasing combinations of sound. On the other hand, sometimes you want a harsher tone, and this can be useful to make an impact in the sea of flowing lines. So creating a harsher tone can be done by using jarring letters and syllables, such as consonants B, K, and P. And the softer sounds are F and V, or the liquid L, M, and N.
That is so interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I took one creative writing class in college because my advisor she didn't force me to, but she essentially forced me to. Because in school I was a computer science major, so
Ah,
completely different to
yeah.
writing. And I was like, well, I have these 2 computer science classes that I need to take, and then I have a bunch of I have choir and piano lessons and voice lessons, so I technically have a full schedule. And she's like, why don't you find like one more class to like kind of suit your interest? You like writing, right? And I'm like, yeah. But I've always been like wary of writing classes, and then I took this, and it was just we touched on a bunch of different mediums. So we did, um, started with like just plain fiction where you can just kind of write whatever you want, and then we did poetry, we did podcasts at one point.
Oh, wow.
So we learned how to like write a script for those. We wrote a script for like a TV like show or something. We had to make a comic strip, and it was just like so much stuff. And like each Thursday, everyone would like read out loud their work, and then we would all get feedback on it. It was like probably one of the best classes I took in college, and I didn't want to take it at first.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad I did, because it was also like the real first time I've gotten feedback on my work. So it was really nice to have that and just kind of get that experience. And it was very positive. It was like positive, but there were still like constructive criticisms as
Yeah.
well. So that's kind of like prepared me a little bit for actually going out and getting other people to read my stuff. So, yeah.
I almost completed a second bachelor's degree in creative writing. And then I realized, oh, well, I already have a bachelor's degree. I don't necessarily need all these creative writing classes to get my master's. I got my master's in writing.
Yeah.
And so
I
I think
originally
I'm like,
thought,
oh, go ahead.
sorry, I originally thought going into college, like, I toyed around with a bunch of different major ideas, and I was like, I'm gonna do English or creative writing, and then I was like, I'm gonna do engineering, and then I was like, I'm gonna do oncology and pre-med and study this thing because it was what I used to write about in my books a lot. For some reason, I got very like interested in cancer. I don't know why. Just one of those things. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna go back to doing engineering, and then I ended up doing computer science because I don't like physics. So, yeah, and I'm like, and then I just kept writing on the side. So,
Sounds like me.
yeah.
I was actually a double major, psychology and biology, when I first entered college, and I ended up dropping the biology, but I picked up sociology. So
Yeah. Yeah, if college didn't cost so much money, I would just like keep
and
learning
a perpetual
forever.
student. Yep,
Yes.
perpetual
Like
student.
I don't want to have a job. I just want to keep learning.
Yeah. When I was teaching at WKU, we could take one class free every semester, and I thought, well, I don't have my doctorates. Maybe I should go for that. And then I start looking at, oh, that's right. You have to write an essay and you have to do all this stuff. I'm like, oh God, because I was reading like 100 essays every semester at that point because of my students. And I was like, I don't really want to write an essay. I'm so tired of reading essays. And then I was also working. I had a client that I was working with as well because I ran my own business as a writing coach. And I was helping him. I helped him get into his doctoral program and write his thesis. So I was like his editor and stuff, and critique partner on that. Sorry, not critique partner because I was getting paid, but I critiqued his work and edited it and everything like that. So, but I was like, oh, I'm so done with this. I don't want to write any more essays. So I was like, and then what is a doctorate going to get me? I thought if I stay in teaching, sure, a doctorate is great, but we had already made plans at that point. I told my husband, I said, when you retire from the military, I'm going to do writing full time, and so. That's what I'm doing.
Nice. That's like my end goal is to do writing full time. Like that's what I want. I feel like that's what would probably make me happiest at this point. But gotta currently work a job so I can eventually fund being able to do that. So I'll get there one day.
Are you trying to go the traditional route? Traditional
no,
publishing?
I'm going self-publishing.
Self-publishing, okay.
Yeah. I want the creative control of my books. And I don't
Yeah,
want them
I'm the same way.
anyway. Yeah.
Kind of wanted the control.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's who I am. I don't want someone telling me what my book cover has to be or that I need to cut out a scene or whatever, unless I feel like, okay, well, yeah, that's going to make the book stronger, then I'll do it. But I don't want it to be in a situation where like, you kind of need to do this or it's not going to get published.
Yeah. Yeah, my biggest thing right now is like word count wise. I'm like, I know it's technically over the young adult limit for contemporary stuff because it's 92,000, which isn't terrible. But like I like a lot of it wants to be like aimed from like 60 to 80. Um, so like I don't want to be constrained and have to like cut stuff out word count wise just because it needs to fit a certain word count.
Yeah.
Especially if like I feel like everything right now is contributing to the story.
So what's holding you back from publishing right now? Is you said it's funds?
I'm just not I'm not ready to publish the books. Like they're not in a place where I'm ready.
Okay.
So like I just finished like the fourth draft of this book.
Yeah.
So just and right now like I think beforehand I just wasn't like really sure how to do it. Because I was originally thinking, oh, I could publish my first book before I leave college, and then I was like, no, because I have no idea how to do this. And then, so right now it's just figuring out, like, getting an editor and finding beta readers and all that stuff. And then, so this book is at a place where I feel pretty comfortable with it. So now I'm at the spot where I feel like I can send it off. But like, personally, I can't do that. Like, I still have to have my actual day job because like I can't support myself without a job.
Well, only reason why I asked is because I was always writing on the side, but I thought, yeah, one day I'm going to publish. And now here I am in my 40s and I wish I would have just started when I remember the first time I told my husband, I said, I think this is what I really want to do for a living is to be a writer. I was 30. And if I had started then, I would be a whole decade ahead of where I'm at now. And so even if my first few books were garbage, not saying that I put out garbage, but just say that they were not the best writing that I could have.
Yeah.
At least I would have got started.
Right.
And I just wish I would have done it.
Yeah. I'm trying my heart. Like I'm trying to get this book out by April of next year is my soft deadline.
Gotcha. Okay.
So even if the writing isn't the best, it is still this like as long as it's the story that I want to tell and like plot wise everything is there. So even if my writing's not great, if I look back on it in like 10 years, I'm like I could have written this better, but it's still like the plot wise, it's what I want to say right now, which I think is the biggest thing is just getting that plot down for me.
That's definitely a good way of looking at it. I did have a piece published, creative nonfiction. It was traditionally published. Mm-hmm. And I go back and I read it sometimes like, oh my gosh, I could have wrote this so much better, but the story would have been the same. I just know better. Yeah. I have better techniques now. Mm-hmm. I think I published that when I was 33. So it was like 8 years ago when I published it. So yeah, I've learned a whole lot between then and there.
Yeah. In middle school, we had, there was like a creative writing after school group and I wasn't a part of it, but they published like a short story anthology and like artwork anthology each year. And it wasn't like anything big. It was just kind of something that we could have for ourselves and like we could sell, I guess, to family and friends or basically just give out. And then, so I was like in one of my English classes one time and I was done with all my work because I work ahead a lot and I was just writing stuff. And then our substitute teacher was like walking around and he noticed that I was writing and I was also really annoyed with Microsoft Word because it kept correcting something that didn't need to be corrected. So he's like, you should send me some of your work or something and that you want to put into this anthology. And I was like, okay. And it's nice just to be able to be like, I did this. And because he did edit it because I was tense changing everywhere going from past to present, which is now something that I'm aware of and I can fix that pretty easily. And it's not really a problem anymore. But yeah, like it was just kind of nice for someone to be like, hey, do this. And then I did. But yeah, like the story, I feel like the story would stay the same, but I would change it would be completely rewritten.
Well, it says we have 3 people watching.
Yeah. I'm one of them.
And me, probably the other one, because I've got YouTube up on the other computer.
Cool. Well, we can go ahead and get into another sprint.
Alrighty.
See if I can. I don't know what I was going to do for the next sprint. I had an idea. It's gone.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Okay. Cool. Roll 17. Cool. That's doable. Share this screen. Let's go 17 and then 17 backwards.
Okay.
So 18, 11. We have the little green dude, Carl the clown, Dracula the vampire, and Frankie the Frankenstein.
I'm gonna go with Frankie.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the little green dude. Awesome. And if anyone's watching the live stream or the replay, let us know who you guys are voting for. We can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity.
Hey, I won one.
Yay! Is that the first one all day?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, wow. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I did figure out what I was gonna do, so I was gonna start working on figuring out the timeline for this book and when exactly everything happens.
Okay.
Because I don't quite know how it fits into the world yet. I have like 2 or 3 different ideas, but none of them feel right. So now I'm just going through like each of the chapters that I've outlined and adding it and writing it down in my notebook, which I'm hoping
Oh,
to use for outlining for here on out. And just writing down a timeline of like when exactly everything is happening so that I can quickly add it to my calendar later when I need to. I also took my contacts out and put glasses on because they were getting dry. So
yeah, mine are too.
so, I did find a fun question. Actually, wait. Yeah,
Okay.
okay. So with editing, I feel like a lot of people take like either edit stuff into the book, um, and like they add more to the story and everything. But is there anything that you have like edited out of a book that you've taken away from the story that you feel comfortable sharing?
Um, well, I did, and then I just put it right back. But I didn't do it that quickly.
Okay.
So I mentioned like my second book is on Rose's point of view,
Hmm.
and it's mostly it's the stories about Rose. However, I do bring in Lily's point of view, and I because at one point they are separated, and I kind of want to show what Lily's going through when Rose is dealing with the stuff that she's dealing with. And the very first scene I wrote, which I thought would prep the reader to know that, hey, Lily's going to have a point of view in this book too. It's just not going to be as big. I did it early in my second book in the first draft. And I really loved the scene. I really loved the chapter.
Yeah.
And then I thought, I feel like it slows down getting to that point of no return where
Hmm.
Rose makes that decision. Okay, I have to do this, or this is going to happen, or I'm not going to achieve my goals and wants and desires. So I thought it slowed it down quite a bit. And I do have a lot of pacing issues in the first half of my book. So I'm really looking forward to sending it to the developmental editor later next week. But I just like yesterday decided to put that chapter back in again. I had taken it out. And then I thought, but Lily's chapter, her point of view is not coming in until like chapter, I think it was 21.
Hmm.
And I have, I, wait a second. Where's my note cards? I actually have, it's not in order. So I do all my chapters color coded. So I have 53 chapters.
Hmm.
So, and I thought, well, 21, that's almost halfway through before Lily's coming in. And that's at the point that her and Rose are separated. And I thought, I think this might be too jarring to the reader to like be in Rose's point of view most of this time. And all of a sudden now we're in Lily's point of view. Even though it is a good place, I just thought, let me just bring it in. And again, I really like that scene that I put in there. Although it's one I'm not too, I don't know how to, I don't really like to write romance or kiss or stuff like that. I don't, which is really, really popular. And in this particular scene, well, in the first book, Lily is kind of engaged to somebody. She doesn't want to marry him because he's more like a brother, but he's the only unrelated male around
Yeah.
until she finds her love interest. But it's not really, I don't really play on the love interest in the first book too much because something happens to him. He kind of disappears for a while, but he doesn't, but he does. So not to give away too much, but so her love interest comes back in the beginning of Rose's story because it's several months later now. And the guy who she's supposed to be engaged to is still kind of hanging around and he gets all jealous. And then there's a kiss and a fight. And, you know, and I'm like, this is not me. This is not what I usually write.
Yeah.
But I think it helps a little bit. I mean, it was kind of a fun scene to write because it's not something I usually write. But then at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah,
What about you?
for the one series that I have planned out, which is like one of the first things chronologically that happens that I've thought of, um, I've tried writing the beginning of this first book about like 3 or 4 different times, and I just keep changing it and nothing feels right. So I eventually was like, okay, I'm just gonna write and I'm gonna put something onto paper and I'm gonna stick with it through until I finish this draft. And then I started writing it and I was about 10,000 words into the story. And then the inciting, like, and then the catalyst happened, like 10,000 words in. And I was like, this doesn't feel right. So I cut the entire 10,000 words and said, I'm just gonna start them right off at the catalyst. Like, you're just gonna get thrown straight into it. And I feel like it works because, at least for this book, I don't want to say the writing style is different, but like the way that she's explaining things, it's very just like time-wise. She's like 24 hours before this happened. 20 hours before this happened. 5 hours, and it's very just kind of set in space because like that's how she's thinking. I'm like, this is exactly like this is the timeline of what's going on. So I cut like the entire beginning of this book that I thought I was gonna use and have, and it's gone. So I'm kind of like, because it was just like a bunch of building up her character and like the people around her, but then you never see these people again because she has to move away from her town, and then like so all of this is just automatically gone. And so I'm just kind of throwing the reader in to be like, all right, boom, this thing happened. Have fun. So that
But it
was
did help you
a big edit.
probably get you to know your character a little bit more and her backstory. So
It did, yeah. And this is also a story that has changed a lot from when I first thought of the idea in like, I don't, 9 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I just have trouble like actually sticking with something and writing it to the end. But then once I have that first full draft finished, I'm like, okay, cool, I can work with this now. But yeah, I've definitely gotten to know this character and like the people around her. Like I know who she was close with at her old school, and that kind of reveals like a bit of why she's not feeling that same like relationship with anyone at her new school is because she is a theater kid and they don't have a theater program at her new school. She did choir and they couldn't fit it into her schedule, so she's feeling very lost. And like her feeling of lostness is also, I feel like, how the reader's gonna feel just jumping into it. They're also gonna feel a bit lost. It's like, what's going on? And then you kind of like unfold from there. So I feel like it works a little bit, but it's also very like there's these 10,000 words, and I'm like, maybe I could like use that as like something. If people sign up for my newsletter, I could like be like, you get the beginning of like you get not the beginning of the book, but like the prologue or something.
Right.
So could be a bit
or get to know the character before this happened to her.
Yeah. Or if I ever eventually like start like a Patreon or something, and I'll like put short stories out like maybe like once a month, and then maybe that'll be part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I was thinking about that because my first book is on only 2 points of view. It's Lily's and the leprechauns.
Mm-hmm.
But the leprechaun has Rose as a prisoner, and he does all kinds of mean things. Like when she says she needs to like relieve herself, he turns her into a dog and sends her outside to go use the bathroom. And he's always messing with her and doing things to her. And I thought, before the second book comes out, maybe I could write like take one of those scenes or maybe a couple of those scenes, because they happen over just a couple of days, because it's in the other world. It's a couple weeks in the normal world, but the other world is all the stories say time moves differently. So it's only a couple of days for her, but I thought I could like kind of summarize, but kind of show some of these scenes from her points of view, because I have her do things, and I sometimes wonder if the reader's like, why is she doing that? Like she tries to flirt with him at one point. When in my mind, she's flirting because this is her captor, and she's like, will this work? Let me try this and see if I can get away. So she tries like everything she can think of to like get away. But I did have one beta reader who was like, this is kind of like, the prisoner falling in love with their captor. And I'm like, no, she really wasn't falling in love with her captor at that point. She was just trying stuff. So, which I do make that clear in the second book, where she talks about how she cajoled, she cried, she flirted, she did all these things. But, so, but I thought, well, it'd be kind of cool if I wrote it from Rose's point of view and had that as like a little, like story that my newsletter readers could have.
Yeah.
So
That's cool.
yeah.
Hour and a half.
Yes.
And then bed.
Yes. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's been very nice having someone here to chat with, so I'm not talking to the void.
By yourself.
Yeah. I've done
Yeah.
quite a few of those streams where I'm like, all right, no one showed up. Good. Cool.
Yeah, because I was looking at your channel and you have a lot of streams on there.
Yeah.
So you must be a pro almost at this.
Almost, yeah. I just randomly was like, I think it was last summer. I think. Yeah, 2020. No. 2020. It was before. Actually, don't remember which year it was. Everything's blurring together at this point. Yeah, I have no idea. But either last summer or the summer before, I was like, I want to do a 10K writing day, and I'm gonna stream the entire time because I've seen people do that.
Yeah.
And so my first streams that I did like 4 hours in the morning, and then I did like 9 hours at night. And I was just doing streams like sprints the entire time, and I was like, that was a good way to just jump in the deep end. Yeah. Yeah, but there were quite a few people that actually like stayed throughout like most of the things, so that was nice.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, and then just kind of got on the schedule once I got I had like a schedule in the summer for like streams, and then I like went to college, so I never knew when my roommate was going to be in the room, and I didn't want to bother her. So I would just do them like randomly, like sitting in the library, like one of the library like separate rooms that are just like blocked off. Forgot what we called them. Corrals or something. Corrals, I think. And then once I finally like moved into my own place, I'm like, okay, cool. Now I can actually stream when I want to for however long I want to. So it's been quite nice.
Yeah. It's definitely a route that I thought about going, but I was like, I don't know if I want to. And so I'm glad I got a chance to co-host. Like I was just thinking about it, and you had that posting on Facebook. I was like, ooh, this is kind of a way to try it without having to do it.
Yeah, because Anna and I kind of started around the same time, and she's the other one who's hosting this WRITE-A-THON thing. So we were both like each other's first co-hosts on each other's channels. So we've kind of been able to like figure it out together, get through a lot of technical difficulties together because it's always a learning curve. So yeah, and I'm glad this was able to come along so you can get a little feel of how.
Even though I like completely flubbed on that, I saw that after I went back. I was like, that was 2 separate links. It looked like one.
Yeah,
like,
it showed up as like one underneath. So
yeah. I just didn't have my glasses on.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, we can get another like maybe 3 sprints in, or we can do a bit longer sprints if that's all right.
Yeah, I don't mind the longer ones.
Okay, how long is too long?
I guess I could probably do about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Before I probably have to use the bathroom.
Let's do 220s and like just roll it a bunch and see what comes up. No.
I say you could also add them together. Oh, there's a 34.
34 will work. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Alright, and then pull up the timer. And then do 34:43.
Alright.
Cool, so we got Frankenstein, the green alien, the werewolf, and the knight.
I have gone for all of them at one point.
Yeah.
Guess I'll do werewolf.
I think I'm gonna go for the knight.
Right. I almost went for him.
Yeah, I'm like he might win again, he might not, but who knows. Alright, we can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, happy productivity. Hey, the little green alien dude won. That is not who I voted for, though. I thought it was for a second, but nope.
Yeah, you went for the knight, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
went for the knight. Courtney
Yeah.
also went for the zombie. So,
Oh, hi, Courtney.
popping in and out, yeah. Awesome. I was able to finish working on like the timeline for this book, so now I know that everything works. Because at first there was like there was going to be like a huge time jump from like the end of June to like the end of August. So I kind of fixed that a little bit and just kind of stretched stuff out a bit more. Um, so I'm glad that that was all worked out.
Yeah. I'm getting down to the last little bit of adding text to my video here, and then I just have to go through and add a few sound effects, and I'll be done.
Nice. Awesome. Courtney was so close. He was doing so good. He came in second, so not too bad. And yes, had to grab food and then a friend called. Absolutely, yes. Food is very important. Yeah, I've been grabbing food throughout the day. That's awesome. Cool. And then, I'm trying to find a random question.
I feel like that longer sprint made the time go by faster. I don't know why.
I think it's because we like get in the zone of like
Yeah.
doing what we're doing, and it's like, oh, okay. Because yeah, it
Like,
didn't
wow.
feel like how long was that? 34 minutes? It didn't
34.
feel that
Yeah.
long.
No, and we're down to 45 minutes left.
Yeah. Cool. One more longer sprint. Um, so I just searched up like a I don't know what I searched up, but so like talking about like tenses and point of views throughout the book, um, just like in general, which tense and or point of view do you find yourself writing in most?
I
Like
always,
third person.
yeah,
Yeah.
I always write third person, and I try to do as much as limited or close as I can.
Mhm.
So, what about you?
I mostly stick to first person. Um, I think I have a few story ideas that I want to write in third person, just because it lets the reader in on more. Like I wouldn't know which character's point of view to write it from, so it's kind of the characters also figuring out things. Like it would be semi-limited, but they would also get knowledge that another character doesn't know. Um, and yeah, so they would like get to see like both sides of the story, but
Yeah.
still not be fully aware of what's going on. Um, and then for the most part, I've written in when I started writing, I didn't know about tenses. I knew they existed. I knew that you could write present versus past tense, but like I would tense change a lot without realizing it. And then so I was like, okay, I'm gonna write in present tense because it's like I am the character doing these things. These things are happening to me. And then this past like year, I was like, you know what? I don't like how this sounds. I'm gonna change everything to past tense, which is the reason this past book has had 4 drafts, is because the first 2 were in present tense, and then the last 2 I changed to past tense. So that was a big undertaking to figure out. Um, yeah.
On the YA space, I think first person present tense is what is the norm.
Yeah.
Not that you can't do outside the norm.
Yeah. It's always because I was looking at a few of my different books and I was like, because at first I was trying to like convince myself, no, first person present is okay, because a lot of people were saying that first person present had like jarred them, and it was just like it, even though it was supposed to feel like more like they were the character, it's like I know I'm not, but so I was
Yeah.
like trying to figure out like I was looking through my bookshelf and a lot of them were first person past,
Huh.
which was kind of interesting to me because I always thought they were present tense, but apparently not. Um, so yeah, and then I've been just writing in past tense and learning how to do that for like the past year, which has been really, really interesting and good. Just kind of like depth in it, and that will, since all the books are in the same universe, it'll help if I do write something in third person. I refuse to write third person present tense because that just doesn't sound right at all. It's like he is walking, or he walks, and it just doesn't fit that. So now if I want to do both third and first person books, I can be able to write.
You feel it's
both.
going to be easier to switch back and forth
Yeah,
because of the
and that way,
same tense.
yeah, and that way,
Gotcha.
like one book in this universe won't be in present tense, and while the other one's in past tense, it just kind of conflicts in my mind. So I'm assuming with third person, then do you write mostly past tense?
Oh yeah, all past tense.
Okay. Yeah.
But I when you talked to, oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I would say when you said that you thought about going to third person because you'd get other knowledge that your character might not have, but I write third person close. So like whoever I'm centered on, they don't have any other knowledge than what they can see and
Yeah.
experience. So it's kind of first person that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know Courtney's got a lot of chats over there.
Okay, so Courtney said, mostly third person. My stories are typically multi-POV, and it's super hard to write multiple POVs from first person. Yeah, so like, I've noticed people say they write multi-POV in third person, and I just go, but then it's still third person, because I have one of my, I don't know him personally, but he went to the same college I did. He recently self-published a book that it was limited third person, and it was multiple POV, but it was all third person. So it was like, I was like, it's all the same point of view, but it's not. So it just took me a second to figure out exactly that, because it was like, it's third person, but they're just following different characters at different times, essentially.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of reusing first person present tense. Yeah, that's the main majority I got. I'm a fan of writing it, but I also went back and read it, and like I'm just like, I prefer this in past tense, because then it's more like the character is like telling their story instead of it's just different, in my opinion. And then Courtney says, I write all of my zero drafts in third person present tense, almost like I'm writing stage directions for a play, but the final draft is always past tense.
Oh,
That's
wow.
interesting.
Yeah. That would be a lot of edits.
Yeah. I did that unintentionally. I wrote a lot of first drafts in present tense, and then I was like, oh, this has to change. So when I was writing like the first draft of one of my other books, I wrote half of it in present tense, and then the second half I wrote in past tense. So that was nice, because then I only had to change the beginning half of that book, so I didn't have to go through and do heavy edits for the entire thing, because that took a while. But yeah, I just think it's interesting how like different people like steer to different points of view and everything. And I feel like with fantasy and sci-fi, it's more just like limited third person. From the few books that I've read of it.
It does kind of go all over with third person. There's a lot of it, but the older stuff, it could be omniscient, and there's a lot that's not as close. Some of them will do like almost like a panoramic like type scene, and then they'll close in on a character in a scene.
Nice, yeah. So I know Game of Thrones is a book series.
Yeah.
Is that third person? Do we
Yes,
know that?
yes,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's third person. Hold on. So he does it in third person, and but like every chapter is a different person.
Yeah, that's why I was wary about like getting into that, is because I was like, if everyone, because my brain thinks multiple POV, my brain thinks like first person. So it's good that it's not a bunch of different first person every single chapter. That would be a lot.
Yeah, it's all third person.
Okay.
I've only read the first book so far, but because I wanted to see, okay, why is he so popular? You know, what made it good? But
yeah.
I honestly had a hard time. Like I can do fine in a book that has multiple points of views, but he has just so many characters, and you'll go like 7, 8, 9, 10 chapters before you get back to someone that you know, and you're just like, what happened to that person over there? What are they doing now?
Yeah.
So I had a hard time getting into it.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different like book series and books that I like that have been popular that I want to read. Like, I've never read or watched any of Twilight at all.
Huh.
And I'm like, I feel like I probably should just to like just because. Like growing up, I watched Harry Potter when they all came out as movies, but I hadn't read any of the books because I was a little too young to read them. But so like this past summer, once the shutdown started, I like started the Harry Potter series and just finished it within like the entire summer because my dad had them all sitting in his house and I was like, I'm gonna read them because I haven't yet. But I still didn't get that like first impression because I knew what had happened from watching the movies.
Right.
So there's some books that I'm like, I want to read those, but I also have a huge physical TBR of books that I have from like middle school and high school that I still haven't read yet. So I need to work my way through those first.
I say Twilight. If you don't read it, I don't think you're not gonna be missing much. I mean, the language is pretty simple. It's not something that's poetic. She wrote a great story. That's what it really comes down to. She just has a great story. Yeah. So there are a few extra details, like what's her? I can't remember the female name, the vampire that's real short. Well, they talk about her that she can see the future. But I mean, all the vampires in the Cullen family, they have a special power, and you don't see all of them in the movies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, but you're not missing out on a whole lot because I don't think they really have a huge impact on the book. The one that has the most impact is the short vampire, the girl, dark hair, short hair, the one that sees the future and stuff like that. So.
And then Courtney has never read or watched Harry Potter. It is on my to-do list. I will recommend read the books first. They definitely go a lot more in depth with like backstories, and it just explains everything so much better. And then watch the movies, because they're both wonderful in their own things. If you try to compare the two, then like it's a very good movie adaptation of the books, but some of the character personalities just get lost in the movies, in my opinion. But yeah.
I'm reading through the first book right now with my 8-year-old, so we don't move very fast.
Yeah, I'm excited once I have kids, like be able to like sit down and read books with them.
Yes, I got the illustrated edition of Harry Potter.
Yeah,
for that.
My stepmom got those, and they're beautiful.
Yes.
I'm slowly building up my library collection of so I have like 2 or 3 of I have like the first book, the 5th one, and the last one. So I'm slowly building up getting the books that I want to have and like be able to reread and stuff. So, yeah.
Well, I think the Hunger Games is in first person present tense.
Yeah, it's either Hunger Games or Divergent, one of the two. I think they both.
I've not read Divergent.
Yeah, I've read the first 2 books, and I've realized that I haven't read the third one because I've heard of a spoiler for the third book, and I'm like, how does this happen if she's the main character? So I need to eventually read the third book in that series.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it was. I mean, I liked the first book, and then the second one was kind of like, meh. So, but yeah, Hunger Games was good. I don't like I had a friend in middle school who could recite the entire epilogue without looking at it.
Of the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I was just like, why? Like, she was obsessed with those books.
Mm.
And then she would just do that at lunch, and she's like, I can do this. I'm like, okay. And then I would like read along as she said it. I'm like, this is insane. Yeah. All right, we got 30 minutes left, so we can do like a 25-minute sprint, and then go to bed.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
That is what I'm gonna do. Nice old 25-minute sprint. Simple, easy. We have the purple
Ooh,
guy.
yeah, I
He
haven't seen him before.
he is probably my favorite.
Oh.
Dracula, the pumpkin, and the devil. So last sprint, I'm going
Should we
all in
just go
for the
for the
purple
purple guy?
guy. Yeah,
Yeah, since he's new. At least
he's
to me, he's
cute.
new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And then we can go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. Happy productivity. All right, last sprint for the stream is over, and
Yay.
the devil won, so I don't think anyone got that one.
I did see the purple guy ahead a few times there.
Yeah. And then Anne hopped in and said, "Good morning." Good night.
Good morning. Good night to us,
It
yes.
is, yeah, it's almost 8 a.m. her time, so good
Oh, wow.
morning. And then she'll be streaming for the next 6 hours, so I will be glad to take a break.
Me too.
Yeah, it's been a long day, and I thank you for sticking with me through it. Yes, thank you. And then closing out the stream with 0 correct guesses. Good night, everyone. Good night, Courtney.
Good night, Courtney.
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and do an outro for yourself.
My name is Shannon. I have the channel SD Houston. I can't remember what else we're supposed to say. I'm tired.
That works. It's 2 a.m. You're good.
Okay.
And then yes, I'm Celeste. I film vlogs, writing related, reading related stuff, and I host live streams. And in the description, if you guys are still up for more writing for some reason, if it is 8 a.m. your time, then you can go ahead and check out the playlist down below, and it will take you over to Anne's stream, which will be starting in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good here. So thank you guys so much for joining and writing with us. It's been a blast, and we've all gotten a bunch of work done. So
Yes.
awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully see you guys around sometime. Bye.
Bye.